Good morning, good morning. Let's see if we can get a item system in place today. Or a carry system, I suppose. Didn't we fix... I thought we fixed so that every item had a weight. Or don't we have entities on these? That might actually be it. Yeah, and then I want to fix the normals on these, but whatever. Okay, let's see. We probably have everything we need here for them to properly print their weight. Wonder why it doesn't though. This one does. This one doesn't. Okay, let's take a look. Populate attributes with required attributes. Currently we only set required attribute as weight definition. So get component in children. Okay, we probably don't get... Let's double check what that one. As a component on the same game object as the component specified or any child of the game object. So that was what I assumed. But we still don't get that information. Could it be... Oh, yeah. So I reckon this one happens before this one is instantiated. Which sucks. Okay, what can we do about that? We can switch from awake to start for the attribute handler, but or just put the singletons first in the scene hierarchy, I guess. But I wonder if we have something like yeah, it's this one. And this is probably a good rule to have, actually. This right here is actually a very good rule to have. Although I wonder if all of this is related to... Yeah, we need to get some information from other components. So let's do it in the start. Should fix that simple issue. Yo, what's up, GDs? Appreciate the lurk. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. Fuck, the outlines on these objects. Looks good here. A double outline here, but whatever. But yeah, definitely need to fix those. Maybe we can do it real quick. It's just that we need to set... Faces should have different outline colors, basically, for underlying data. Weight 1 kilogram, 1 kilogram, 2, 1. Yeah, that's not just a setup problem. 5 kilograms. And then I want to see what we can do about this. So when we have layered information. So this object... this object is actually 3 different objects. You have one main object that contains different objects, right? Wonder what I want to do about... how we want to do... I definitely want to... So we want to display this one and its attributes, then this one and its attributes, and so on. That's like a first step we can do. We don't need to polish it that much currently. But I know that we will definitely have the same case. I mean, if we take a look at the character, we need to make sure as well that we don't... So here we only get the hoodie, and here we get... Yeah, we have to fix... So the selection priority and nested information. We can start with that and then slowly move into the carry system, which I want to implement today. So I want to be able to carry this one and a few other stuff. We don't have all the carry animations I would want eventually, but we can probably create some simple stuff. today. So let's just polish the selection a little bit, make all of this look better. We probably want to put this, even if it's a temporary information box, we probably want to put it inside of the screen as well. We can fix this as well. Okay, a lot of minor things. What we're going to begin with is actually the highlighter. I want to take a look at this one. So currently we have this highlight issue, two issues here. This one doesn't really... when we highlight the point like this, we get... We get some weird selection visuals here because of how the mesh is handled. This, it works, but then again we have this overlap as well. So let's take care of this selection visuals here. Let me just write it down real quick. Do we have an issue for this? I don't know. If not, let's create one and start there. Implement selection outline. Yeah, we can work with this issue. Fix overflow issue. Fix selection on displaced objects. So that's pretty much our terrain, I would say. I think I know a way I want to fix this. But then again, yeah, we can probably fix so that when we select the terrain, we don't get this issue. Instead, we get the highlights here. But eventually, I think that will work. We have outlines as well. We want to override. So if we pause here, we want this one to override the outlines as well. That's just probably an issue of when in the pipeline we inject the highlight. Fix outline overlap. Did we have anything else? Fix overflow issue, fix selection on displaced objects, and fix outline overlap. Yeah, we're gonna... So currently what we do is that we do material... we do a material replacement approach. and I don't like that very much. So instead we're just gonna do render the object with its current material, but we're gonna render it to a, I guess, a binary texture, or a, what is it called, mask texture maybe, and then we use that. So what do we want to begin with? Did we have anything else concerning this one? Yeah, and fixing the outline overlap is going to be, scratch what I said previously. This is not simply a change the or where we inject it into the rendering, because if we select this one, or we can take this one for instance, we still want the outlines to appear above it, so these outlines should appear. But okay, if we select this one instead, these outlines should appear, but these shouldn't. So we're gonna have to do some outline depth comparison and stuff like that, but it should be okay. I want to fix this one first. Highlighter, where do we have? So this material approach here, let's skip that one. So add highlight to highlighted material, render, we get all the renderers. Add them, remove them. And then we render the specific material. Yeah, we want to do it like this. Record render graph. Here we enqueue the path. We want to have a setup here as well. And we want to send in a renderer. Like this. Then instead of creating renderers or a render list description from shader tag IDs, we want to do it from a list of renderers. Although I wonder, render list description, can we possibly do that? It rings a bell that we have tried to do it previously, or I have tried to do it previously. Fuck, if we can't do this from a list of renderers. Culling results. And shader tag ID. Can we get all here? Maybe. We might need to rely on... Yo, good morning, PG King. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. We might need to rely on... draw renderer. PG King weekend full of sports, but pretty good. Nice, nice. Yeah, I had a wonderful weekend as well. One of those weekends where you don't do a lot of stuff, and I love those weekends. I really needed it. What we can do here is, so I'm not entirely sure I want to do it this way, though. I'm a little bit scared, but maybe. It seems that, like, I would like to use draw render list. But I don't think we can create a render list from an array of renderers. Instead, what we're gonna have to do is something similar to... where do we do it? We do it in scene color, renderer feature. What do I call this one? Yo, what's up, Jax? And Mishireshu. Where do we have it? Rendering. Create scene texture. I'm wondering if we're gonna have to do something like this. But it feels a little bit weird. It's just that I want to get our native command buffer, and then we're going to loop through an array of renderers. But that feels a little bit... It feels like the way you're supposed to do this is to create a render list description. But we can't really... We have no way of grouping what we want to render by a shader tag ID or cull results. I don't think. I want to double check culling results here. Filtering settings, culling results. Mishireshu, is this like Pokemon Pal World? I'm new to your channel. I think more Chao Garden in Sonic or Viva Pinata or just the old school Tamagotchi. It's more like that. So you don't catch creatures, you attract creatures pretty much. Okay, so this is a struct created scriptable render context cull, culling parameters. Then okay, so we get a cull here. Parameters for culling, maybe we can fix it from this. We have a list of renderers. I just want to convert it to a render list description. Okay, I've been down this rabbit hole before. Render list description, render list params. Okay, so we have this one, and we have... And here we have culling results. We can create it from that. Draw settings. Hmm. Oh, this one, we had this one, I mean. That's what we want to do. Like, we could probably use a native command buffer here, and then we just loop through them and add all of the renders we want to render. But I don't know how I feel about this. It just feels like this is not the way you're supposed to do it. But we can try it. Like, if we have a list of renders here in our past data, I don't know, feels shaky. Fuck, I would love to be able to convert it to a render list handle. Build a use render list. Yeah, now we're back at this one. Render list handle. Render list. Can I get some more information about this one? Render list. Like, what does this one consist of? Probably height, yeah. High level descriptor represents a set of game objects and render list contains. Yeah. Maybe we're meant to do this. Like if we have this list of renders we want to render, they don't really have a smallest common like we don't have an easy way to group them. So maybe we're gonna have to draw them separately, each one. But I'm still a little bit worried about having something like this. This feels weird as hell. I don't even know if it's possible. Let's try it. So renderers, then we assign it, and we're gonna fix the texture, create texture, and then render list description. We wanna skip this part. And instead do highlight data, destination, pass data. And then here instead we want to go with a, let's take this one instead. And we want to go unsafe graph context instead of this one. Use render list. Set render attachment. This one we still want to do. Set render function. Execute pass. And here we do add unsafe pass. Don't we have render attachment if we have an unsafe pass? Okay, let's do it like this then. We get a native command buffer, and then we do dot set render target data dot destination handle. We don't care about MIPS right now. Native command buffer dot clear render target. Clear flags color. Depth. I don't even know. I don't even think we will have depth actually. We're just gonna clear render target, and then after we would do something like 4 for each.
Papa.
Okay, back. Sorry about that. Let's see. Where were I? Yeah, then we do 4 each. I don't like this one bit, but we'll see. Raw renderer, and then with material, we're just gonna do renderer dot material. Something like that. And let's try this approach. We don't want to do raster graph context here anymore. We do unsafe graph context. And then we remove this one as well. Yeah, let's just see what kind of result we get with this, if it's even possible. And highlighter, I wonder... We don't want to set the materials here. But we want to add a setup on begin render. Highlighted object. Okay, for now we just want to test this real quick, so we can do alter render pipeline, old highlight. Yeah, so let's just do this for now. If highlighted object is not equal to null, do something. Good morning, Calvino. Good morning. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. Repass, and here we do setup, and we do highlighted game, highlighted object dot get components in children renderer. Okay, we do this. Let's see what we get. Yeah, I don't really know how we would group the renderer objects if we don't do something like this. Kevin, my weekend was good. Nice to hear, nice to hear. Actually installed my first floor in my kid's room and got my fucked up finger treated. Unrelated, okay. Ah, nice. Okay, we don't get anything. I want to double check this in frame debugger enable. Highlight render pass. Blade texture is just black. Yeah, what's up, Nintata? How many years of game dev experience do you have? 7, maybe? PG King, oh damn, that's a big shovel. Yes, it is. Indeed, indeed. Okay, we don't get anything rendered to our... highlight texture. That's interesting. Very interesting. Let's see, render graph view. Highlight pre-pass. What the fuck? This one is black here. I don't even know what this one... Culled pass. Yeah, okay. That explains it. Read. So we don't... Culled pass. Don't you dare cull it. I wonder why it got culled though. Execute pass. Is it because we don't set a render attachment? So we might need to do allow pass culling false. We don't want to set the global texture. This unsafe passes, we might need to be a little bit more explicit when we do unsafe passes. We don't set a render attachment here in builder, so yeah, it gets cold. Let's see if this works then. Oh shit. Oh shit. Render graph execution error. Trying to use a texture that was already released or not yet created. Make sure you declare it for reading in your pass or you don't read it before with an Okay. Create texture. Interesting, to say the least. I'm gonna give this one more try, even though I'm a little bit scared. Actually, just gonna make sure that it's the highlighter that fails and nothing else. Okay, it's the highlighter. Good. Good to know. Okay, we don't even get these passes here. Okay. Unnamed from render texture descriptor. Was already released or not yet created. I don't want to make it global because we have a nice flow here. We put it in highlight data here. Highlight data texture, pass data destination handle. We create the texture here. We might want to put it for read and write. The only difference we do here is that we try to rely on native command buffer set render target instead of builder set render. Oops. Builder dot, what do we have? Transient texture. Yeah, I want to double check this one. We could always rely on set global texture after pass. Juice texture. Fuck yeah, let's double check some stuff. Add unsafe pass. Unsafe render graph builder. Let's see. Add unsafe pass. Safe pass. Unsafe render graph builder. My base render graph builder use texture. Inherited use texture. Nintata, this all in Java. No, C sharp. Fuck. Let's try and see what happens if we extremely highlight data dot texture. Can we do this then? Yeah, in a lot of ways, C sharp actually looks a bit like Java. I'm like the other way around. I haven't created anything in Java for at least 10 years. But I remember thinking something similar the first time I started development in... Ooh! Oh! Here we go. We have a little bit of some bugs here. One sec, I get a phone call for some reason. Be right back. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Yeah, it works somewhat. Let's see what we can do about this. And I'm also... It doesn't work for this environment, which I think is... Okay, shit performance as well. I wonder why... okay, so we get a lot of different renders here. We can see that we get this render, which is just a... we have two renderers for apparel. One that is a skinned mesh render and one that is just a mesh render. We disable them the correct way. We just need to check against that disable. Okay, so I'm happy that it works. 130, why? I sure as hell hope that our highlighter doesn't bring back or bring down the performance this much. Or if there's something else. Oh, I know what it is. Okay, this is okay. We can continue with this. Okay, so our highlighter doesn't affect the performance that much. That's good. But I wonder, we don't highlight the environment here. We don't highlight the environment. I'm very intrigued by why we're not doing that, but we highlight everything else, so that's good. Is it something weird with my shader here? What kind of renders do we have, oops, on the environment? We have simple mesh renderers. We should be able to render this as well. We should be seeing a outline around here. But I don't know. I have no idea why it doesn't render. And I just want to double check real quick here. Highlight render pass, read, unnamed. In fact, we should have right here as well. And then we release it, I guess. We should have a right, like this. Yeah, use texture works, but I don't think it's the correct one. Use is for read, I suppose. I'm just a little bit scared that this isn't showing the correct stuff that happens, because highlight render pre-pass, what we do is we take a texture and we write to that texture. Yeah, I just wonder why we only have read here. We should have write. We do write to it. We can see here that we properly write to it. Frame debug and enable. Let's see. Pre-pass. Oh, terrain-based data. Interesting. Blit texture. I hate that when we enable this one, we don't get the correct hover. So I pause, I want to enable this one, and instantly we... this is okay. And instantly we... Yeah, we don't draw anything if we select the environment. That's interesting. Highlighter. Why don't we draw anything for environment? We draw all of these meshes. Terrain ground. We have terrain patch, terrain ground. Now we have mattress, that's good. We highlight mattress, highlight render pre-pass. We get this, that's great. Looks a bit weird, but whatever. Universal forward shadowcaster outlines data generation. We only wanna draw pass 1 as well. Hell yeah. So let's fix that. I'm just gonna add that real quick. So these object has 3 passes. We just wanna draw one of them. Cell shade lit color. And then we have this one, and our bleed texture looks like this. That's beautiful. It's red. We're gonna try and get this down to a binary texture as well. We don't need RA. I wonder if we can though, but yeah, okay, so this is how I want. If we were highlighting the terrain, enable this one. Here we do draw mesh, terrain ground color, shadowcaster color, shadowcaster. We want to fix. Actually, is it that we draw we draw the color, then we draw the shadowcaster over it, full black. So we just override it all the time. So let's try and do. Highlight render pass, and when we draw render here, we set submesh index. It's shader pass. We want to do submesh. We're probably gonna have a little bit of some various submesh indices eventually. So let's see. I want to set this one. I don't want to set this one. But it's 0 by default, actually. So doing this and then shader pass 0. Okay, we might run into some problems concerning this eventually when we start experimenting with submesh indices and passes as well. Sometimes we might want to render a different pass than this one. What I worry about though is, it doesn't really matter. We're just one sec. Okay, back. We're probably gonna tie the highlight system together with information system or a focus system. So for each object we can set up which submesh and which render pass. But for now it will probably work by just doing this. So let's try this real quick. See what kind of result we have. Here we do get the terrain, and here we can see that this clamp stuff here is pretty bad, but we can fix that eventually. Okay, this is beautiful. This is absolutely beautiful. It's that, so we have the texture in question, which looks like, let's see, it looks like this. And when we render a pixel up here and we try to take the neighbors of this pixel and we go upwards, which is outside of the texture, we actually read the bottom one. I think we have a wrap on this texture instead of a clamp, so we can definitely fix that. And also we don't care about if we were to try and highlight a object that renders that doesn't have any value in the red channel, we would be getting black on this texture and we wouldn't highlight it properly, I think. So we want to fix that as well. I wonder if we can fix it though. We'll see. This works beautifully. We want to fix this as well. We only want to take active renderers. So let's take a quick look. So when we do highlighter, get components in children, do we have link here? So what we want to do here is we want to filter this one. We have link here, great. So let's just do I wonder if we can do enabled. Is it enabled? Makes the runner invisible if enabled. Dot. Yeah. Let's try this one. See what we get. I think I want to put it on its own line. So we should instantiate the array on its own line. It's a little bit more readable if we do, I think. There we go. Now we don't get the disabled ones, so that's beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful. I'm gonna add some friction to our stuff later on as well. That looks great, I think. We have thicker outlines here, or no, I don't think so. Okay. I want to see highlight render pass this texture here. Texture wrap mode clamp. Okay. Highlight. Mask shader. This one we don't use anymore, I don't think. Nope. So this was the old one, the one we used when we did the shader replacement approach. We don't use this one anymore. But we do use highlight apply shader, set temp. So probably this one. And okay. Sampler linear repeat. Yes. It's because we use Blender Split. We want to replace this sampler with something else. I wonder if we can do... Let's take a quick look here. Core runtime utilities and Blit. Global samplers. Yeah, let's take a look at that one. Global samplers. Render pipelines core shader library and shader library, and then we have global samplers. Sampler point clamp sampler linear repeat. Yeah. Separating in its own file for robust include from other file helps with sharing samplers between intermediate and or procedural textures. Has an active sample limit of 16. Okay, I didn't know. Okay, but then we just don't want to use linear repeat. Instead, we want to use linear clamp. And that should take care of that issue. Yep. So we don't see a white line here anymore. That's great. We probably want to optimize this selection later on because we're pretty much... Okay, I wonder if I just want to render a terrain patch here. We're going to make this highlight system a little bit more detailed and specific eventually. It would be... in-game, like gameplay-wise, we probably wouldn't even want to render this selection. Instead, we probably just want to do something local here. I wonder if this is pretty much enough. But if we just go with this one, we probably want to make it a little bit thicker as well. So it looks like this. Okay. So overflow issue fixed, or wrap issue, it might be a better name for it. Fix selection on displaced objects. Okay, so the only thing we have left is fix outline overlap. And then again, this might be a little bit harder than I initially thought, because we want to draw some outlines, but not. So we want to draw the outlines here, but not these. So we're going to have to do some depth comparison, I think. We don't want to draw these, but then again, we want to draw these. Hmm. Hmm. So what we need here in highlight apply shader, we actually need to include util. Do we have util depth? No, we don't. But anyway, we need no, actually, we just need to jump up one and then outlines. Outlines.hLSL, which means that we should be able to read the outlines data, which we need. But before we continue, we're gonna add, let's see here, highlighter. We create them here and we do render pass event. After rendering skybox, we probably want to do redefinition of inverse lerp. Yes. Why the hell did I define it here again? Okay, there we go. After rendering skybox, we probably, let's take a look at where we render our outlines then. Import post-processing, rendering renderer, outlines render feature. before rendering transparent. Yeah, that's another thing. So if we highlight with ooh. Fucking hell. I want to try this one. That's pretty cool. So when we render transparent objects, we actually blur the selection outline as well. That's pretty fucking dope, I think. Huh, do we want that to be... Oh, that's very cool. I want to try this with water then. So if we select something standing in water, we actually get refraction and stuff like that on the selection outline. That's fucking beautiful. Damn, that would be beautiful. I wanna check how that looks later down the line. Just imagine selection outline being refracted and stuff like that. It's fucking beautiful. Hell yeah, I want this selection outline to be hate this collider for this one as well. Oh well. Okay, so our outlines are applied before rendering transparent. I think we're going to change that to after rendering skybox. And then we're going to do our highlighter is going to be before rendering transparent. So we render outlines and then we render selection outline. That means that when we select this now, we lose a bit of our outlines here. You can see that the highlighter overrides part of them. So we're gonna have to fix that. And what happens here? We select armature here. Here we select character. Okay. this time around we get this, which I think is way nicer. Okay, we can actually work with this. We probably don't even need to compare. Oh fuck, do we? Yeah, we probably need to compare depth. Can we do it with the data we currently have, or do we need to do something weird? So once again, we want to draw these outlines, but we don't want to draw these outlines. Hmm. Okay, so I need to figure out a way to pretty much filter between the two different outlines. Hmm. Okay, we're gonna have to write data in the highlight data. That or are we gonna have to write depth to the highlight data? That would suck. Or 1 sec, we could actually do. Hmm. It's extremely weird because we don't actually have outlines here. Because we have this shovel here. Maybe the easiest would be... I wonder how this... If we add some culling to it. We can probably add some culling to it. Yeah, so maybe we should just have the outlines. Or maybe we should have the selection outline be... That would be the easiest. To have it not show through objects. I don't know, it's a pretty cool effect, but also... I've been pondering if I should have this selection outline be culled or not. Having the culled version will make the interaction or the intersection with outlines work much better. But for instance, if we select this apple, showing the full object is pretty nice. Wonder how it would look if we didn't. Wonder how weird it would look. It would probably look better. Oh, fuck, that's a short. Maybe we can implement both and see which one we like the best. I wonder if we can just do this actually. Let's try one thing, a quick fix for it. Okay, let's calculate this. Oh yeah, highlight apply is a blit shader, so we can't get the depth of the object in question. We can get I'm gonna have to do something with highlight mask, which we don't even use anymore. Ah, that's true. We don't use this one anymore. Okay. So actually getting yeah, we're gonna have to do I wanna try this. We should be able to, in highlight render pass, we should be able to set a depth here. Hell yeah, so we're gonna do, oops. I'm not sure. Yeah, this sucks. We would like to use so if we weren't using this one, we could set, like, use the scene depth we have, and then we would cull objects accordingly. Do we have anything with depth here? Set global depth bias. No. We could have depth in our texture and add a copy buffer from the depth texture, I suppose. Yo, what's up, Spires? Hope you had a wonderful stream. And thank you for the raid as always. Appreciate it. Happy Monday. Have a good one. I wonder if we can do something cool with set buffer or copy texture or something. Um, So basically, active color texture. This one has depth, doesn't it? Set render target, clear render target. I wonder if we could do... We only clear the color, we don't want to clear the depth. I wonder if we can do copy buffer. Copy texture, do we have... Nope. Oh. Oh, what the hell? We can just do... Can't we just do... let's see here. Let's try this. Rendering data. Destination handle. We don't use this one anymore, but we add public texture handle. And we do... Let's just call it source handle. And then we do destination handle. We do pass data. Dot source handle is equal to... Is it rendering data? Dot... I want to take... active depth texture. Can we do that? Resource data. I wonder how weird this will be. Or let's do active. Camera color. And then the first thing we do here is native command color, copy texture. Although I wonder what will happen if, fuck it, let's try it. Data.source handle. Data.destination handle. Just wonder if, okay, a lot of question marks here. Does this include depth? Let's see. And can we copy them if they don't have the same format? We're doing some experimentation here. Texture color with mismatching MIP counts. Source 1, destination 12. Let's just change this one to false then. I think we have a lot more mismatch than just the MIPS though. Yeah. Between data format groups, base format source 26, destination 60. Format source destination 60. What is it that is 26 and 60? Is it depth buffer bits? Actually, active color texture. Let's try this one then. Source 26, destination 60. Those values tells me nothing. Destination 60. I'm just gonna try and see what happens if we do this, because we actually get the descriptor from active color texture. So let's create it pretty much exactly the same. Let's see what we get. Except for I left the wrap mode and stuff like that. Okay. Do we still get white? Okay, that's beautiful. I'm very intrigued on how, or of how Frame Debugger enable I want to see how the, yeah, this texture looks like this. Because we actually get a full render pretty much. I'm okay with that. Do we have, we don't have culling. Yeah, we can see that here as well. We don't have any culling. I wonder if that's because this one doesn't have a or this one doesn't have a active depth texture. Camera. Here we get the culling because we use rendering data color results. Okay, I want to do this. Okay, let's say that we can properly set up a texture that has depth buffer bits or depth buffer. Copy texture. Mm. Yo, what's up, Gerald Love? How are you doing today? Like, if we could have this array of renderers as a render list, we could get the depth, or we pretty much get the culling for free. That would be beautiful. But render list handle Unity. Feels like I've been looking myself blind on this one. Create render list. Render list description. Can we screw with this one? I mean, we could layer mask. Could we temporarily change the layer mask of them? That would be weird, I think. Or would it? Probably. Override material. We don't want to do... we don't want to replace materials, because then we don't get the displacement shaders. Maybe, like, we could implement it in such a way that every object that can be highlighted uses shaders that has a highlight pass. That would be extremely tedious to implement, but would probably be the most performant solution. We can't do this, but this one, what do we have here? Renderer configuration. Rendering per object data. Nah. I want to double check drawing settings later on as well. State block as well. Maybe we can do some weird shit here. Give me 1 sec. Be right back. Gerald Love, by the way, are you working on the terraforming? We're actually working on the selection system. We have improved it a little bit today. Now I'm just looking to do the last set of improvements to it. Haven't really decided how I want it to visually look as well, so we're going to go in two different directions. And then I'm probably going to post a video about it, a short about it, and get a little bit of a feel which approach people like the most. Let me see if I can show the two different approaches, or the two different, or describe them at least. The two different visual, let's see if we have it working.
Papa.
One sec. So one solution is to have the selection like this, where the selection overlaps object in front of it.
Papa, jag ska börja klippa.
One sec. Okay, back. Gerald Love, is that your kid? Yes, indeed it is. He's home from school today. I'm still trying to be productive, you know. Okay, so one approach is to have it like this, where the selection overlaps whatever is in front of it. And I think it's pretty nice, especially in this case. We can actually see the shape of the apple through the box. But I would also love a solution where objects in front of it occludes the selection. So in this case, we would get it around here. I think that would look pretty cool as well. Your love, normally the outline is behind the character. So like this, right? Or do you mean... Yeah, I can see both working. But I still wanna... I still think we're gonna implement both and then see which one we like the most. Just having a flag or something like that, so that switches between them. The character blocks the outline. Yeah, so if you would have... You wouldn't have these lines here. Yeah, I think that would look the best, actually. But then we need to get some culling result or some depth result. And the current way we do it, it's a little bit weird. Raster state. So pretty much we would like to call draw render here, but we would like to have the scene cull results affect this when we render them for the second time. Render state block, we could maybe do... I don't think render state block. Render list handle. Render list, create render list, description. The parameters used to param. Ooh. No. How many scripts do you have already? Yeah, there's a few. I don't have an exact number. Draw setting and filtering settings. We should be able. Let's see, draw settings. This one we could rely on, maybe. Shader pass name. Joe Love, where do you live? I always catch you when it's 2 a.m. over here in Portland, Oregon. Oh, yeah, I live across the sea in Sweden. So quite a time difference. I wonder if we could do something with this one. That would be if we can, instead of having an array of renderers, we have a render list description. We might be able to make this culling work here. I wonder. Renderer rendering layer mask values enabled in this bit mask. Skin mesh renderer. But then again, renderer, culling mask, everything. Could we hack something together with this? Interesting. Like, do I want to screw with this one? Oh, this would be... Then we have rendering layer mask. Oh, then we can probably use some bit logic. Ooh. Yes. Do I want to take up one rendering layer for highlight? This would make the job so much easier, I think. But should we try something with this? Maybe. Rendering layer mask. And then we go through the renders and set highlight mask. And then we create a render list description based on this. Maybe. Is there an easy way to check character mesh? Renderer. I want to see... Rendering layer mask 1. One, 2, 3, 2, 1. What I'm wondering... Rendering layer mask. Rendering layer mask. So mask for me implies that we can do... This is fucking beautiful. Mesh render additional settings. And we can have 2, that's beautiful. Okay, this is fucking beautiful, I think. But one more thing. Renderer. Filtering, transparent layer mask. Like, I wonder, where do we select, or where do we decide which render layers that should be rendered for the full project? Rendering layers, light layer 1. We want to screw with that one. Okay, back. Sorry about that. Let's see here. So we want to do something like this, I guess. This is pretty cool. Yeah, let's try some things out with this. Do we have any more information here, by the way? Yeah. Okay. So I wonder if we can do Gerald Love, it's less confusing and gives you spatial, how do you pronounce that word? Spatial context when the outlet is obstructed by the player character. Yeah, I agree 100%. I agree. We're gonna implement the 2 different approaches, then I'm probably we're gonna put it up for a vote. But first of all, we need to get the second way of doing this working first of all. So, okay, I wonder if we can do light layer default and light layer 1. Let's call this one highlight. Want to reuse it for different stuff eventually. So then we can try and do highlight. Okay, let's start by testing. So we're gonna go back a step here. We add this back, and then we do add raster render paths. So we do this. And then we do this. New render list description, shader tag ID. We pretty much want to do all of them here. I wonder if that is even possible. None, then we're probably not going to render anything, but let's try it. Render queue range, sorting criteria. Ah, we have rendering layer mask. Or rendering layer mask is equal to rendering layer mask. Fuck, why does this one... Oops. Why does this one return int? Index, okay. Rendering layer mask. Dot rendering. Yeah, let's do this one instead. Then we have rendering layer mask. We use this one, we use this one, everything looks good. We don't set these yet. We're gonna fix it soon. Okay. So right now we shouldn't highlight anything, I don't think. Oops. Okay, back, sorry about that. What? Render list descriptor is not valid. Why? Oh, yeah. It's probably this one right here. Hmm. I wanna try. Let's just see if that is the case. We use this one. Let's try it. See if we still get the same error. Or if it's related to something else. Okay, so it's this one. Good to know. I wonder if we do render list description. I have too much shit open here. Render list description. One sec. The pass name to use for the render list, yeah. Can't I get like, I don't want to sort on shader tag. I want to use this one, I wonder as well. If we take a look at shader tag ID outlines data generation. Or what happens if I want to try this as well. If we just do yes, we get shader tag ID none then, but okay, so we can't do that. Okay, so this is pretty much the only problem now. We want to go by rendering layer mask instead. And the objects on the highlight layer might terrain ground name. Oh, fuck, do we use... Oh, yeah. What is the default tag? Universal forward. Fuck, do we want to try this? Let's try it. Universal forward. We can probably make a list. We can include a lot of different stuff here, but let's see. Let's try this. Okay, so if we do it this time around, we shouldn't get any renders because we have get mask highlight here. I want to see, we're going to remove that one real quick and see what we get now. So we use the default. Fuck, are we going to highlight? We might highlight every single object in the scene if we do this, or every object with universal forward at least. But let's try it. Yeah, we don't render the terrain. I wonder why. We're gonna double check that. Okay. And then I want to see what happens if we add back highlight. Now we shouldn't render any highlights because now we're rendering, or now we're filtering it on a different render layer, and we haven't set that rendering layer on our objects. Fuck, if this works, it's way nicer. And now we don't render anything. That's beautiful. That's fucking great. Okay, let's try this then. So in our highlighter, here we go through all of them. We don't want to call setup here, but we want to do highlighted object, get components in children renderer, and then we want to do, is it filter or I always forget. Is it select we want to do? Feels weird. For each select. Dot select R. We do this. Rendering layer mask is equal to okay. Right now, so we switch rendering masks, so it's not on the default layer anymore, I don't think. Later on we want to keep them on both. So I wonder if we highlight something, will we remove it? Okay, that's not true. Let's see here. If we take a look at our stool, additional settings, rendering layer mask default. We don't change it. No. Am I? Oh, fuck it, let's do it like this then. Let's not try and make it in a nice way. So we do get components in renderer, and then we do for each renderer in high. Let's try it like this. Yes, so now we don't have any ground anymore. And then we do this, remove that one, remove this one, remove this one, this one, this one. Okay, beautiful, 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 beautiful. Fucking hell, that's amazing. I'll worry a little bit about this. We'll see if it appears again. So, one sec. Okay. String rendering layer names. Okay, so I guess we can do default. Actually, we want to do this as well. So add highlight material. We use this method even though the naming is not correct anymore. And then we do, so here we just do default, clear, and here we add. So when it's highlighted, we have default and highlight render layer. So we go back and forth depending if it's highlighted or not. Okay. Oh, did I screw up? We might want to have one of these checks. It feels a little bit good to learn about these kind of stuff before we have entered decals, which we're probably going to do later down. So now we highlight this chair. One sec. We highlight this chair. And it has only rendering layer mask default, but still only default. Did I? Oh no. Highlight. Yo, what's up, GGs? I can explain soon. Why does this one get reset? Do I need to add an additional one? Now we have highlight. Oh, beautiful. How do you do highlights raycast initially? Oh, like, yes, to check which object is selected, we do an initial raycast, yes. Yo, what's up, Bush? So now if we take a look at this one, we have rendering layer mask default highlight. That is beautiful. That is fucking insane. I love this. I love this. Okay, so this is way better. Because now we can do a render list description instead of whatever the fuck we were doing previously, or previously today, trying to do a native buffer and stuff like that. Okay, so now we are back. So now we should be able to do this. Oof. This is gonna look great. Smike GG's, initially I was doing raycast because that's what all the YouTube tutorials were saying, until I dug a little deeper and found that geos have a built-in mouse event handler. Oh yeah, that's one way to go about it. but like this highlight stuff is part of a bigger system in my game, where I actually want to have a overarching input handler system that handles like this kind of stuff. It's pretty complicated because we have this action system and it needs to be fed stuff in a certain way. Like otherwise you could have like we have multiple different scripts that needs to handle this if it's being hovered by a mouse, and I don't want to implement them all separately. I want to have them in a nice flow going from start to finish. Does that make any sense? Because you're talking about what is it? A game object mouse over Unity. Yeah, Mono Baby. You're talking about this one, right? Which I actually think is Raycast behind the scenes. I wouldn't be too surprised if this one is actually implemented as a Raycast behind the scenes. Yeah. I don't want to. In this case, I don't want my mono behaviors to handle this themselves, because I want to get the information and process the information before we continue. We're going to do a lot of different stuff depending on what we're hovering. So I think, and we have an input handler that invoke mouse pointer update event, and here we get it, and then we invoke game object focus event and pointer focus event. So we actually do two different things. But I mean, both ways probably work. But okay, back to this now. Now this is extremely nice. So what we're gonna do now is we can add color results. Oh, one sec. Let me try this real quick. Color results. Okay, so my question now is, if we do it like this, color results here. Why don't we get occlusion? Ooh. Could it be? But we do a clear color. Okay, so we want to do Yeah. Please let this work. Hell yeah. Okay, so now we have it. That is actually pretty cool. That is actually... I love this. But... yeah, this looks great, I think. Although, right in this case, we have this stuff here, which looks a little bit rough. We can probably get rid of that. PG King, honestly, every time I come back to watch you stream, I think you're secretly a wizard. It's amazing what you can do. Thank you, appreciate it. Okay, so there's pros and cons with this. We can probably make it... Okay, it's much nicer if we do it like this, without the aliasing, but... oh, look at his eyes. We might want to fix that as well. But... spooky indeed. Okay, I think this looks better actually. The problem with the eyes, I'm pretty sure, is because those are fully black, so we don't have any... it doesn't draw to our mask texture currently because our red channel is what matters, so we draw 0 to the red channel, so we don't... yeah, the mask doesn't properly work here. But okay. We still have the problem of the outlines, but I think we can fix that. Let me try real quick. If we have it like this, then we can probably do rendering skybox. Yeah, then we get the outlines on this one. Yeah, I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all. Hmm. Okay, slowly but surely it's getting better and better and better. This one is the best one yet. Except for the fact that we don't get some extra outlines here, but or we lose part of the outlines. But now when we have depth, we can probably fix this. I don't know how visible it is on stream, but we lose the half the outer part of the outlines because we render this highlight on top of it. We could make the highlighter can we make it render to or override outlines? Maybe. I don't really know how we should solve this issue. But before we do that, I want to add an option here. So it's only this one, right? This one decides. This one decides if we cull our selection outline or not. I think that's beautiful. So we should be able to add a quick setting, just a tick box. Do we want it to be occluded or not occluded? And I want to do it. We can clean this up as well. Let's do it like this. Highlight render pass. Let's clean this up first and then we add the flag. Highlight render pre-pass universal forward. We want to fix this as well. We want everything here. I wonder what terrain ground. We only have a name. We don't have any tags. No, I don't want pass tags Unity URP. Here we go. Universal forward. I wonder which one is the default for this one. Yeah, yeah, Harukanan. He's home from school today, but I still want to grind it out. Beautiful. I wonder if we want to include. Let's start with these two only. We should be able to get the ground now as well, because I don't define in this shader we don't define a pass tag, so it should be here actually. So it should be this one, but I don't know. Let's try it. That's it. We're gonna wait with these. We might fix this soon to get rid of the white eyes. Okay, we don't need this anymore. Destination handle, render list handle, and we don't need this one anymore. We don't need this. Setup we need, but we're gonna change it a bit. We're gonna do bool occlude. And then we do this one we don't care about. Not this one either. Thank you, Calvino, appreciate it. It's a lot of years of banging my head against weird problems, which has finally led me to this weird knowledge. And a lot of dedication, yeah. Yeah, let's remove this as well. Okay, and everything we need to know now to not get a occluded outline selection, we just need to do this one right here. We just set if occlude, then we set render attachment depth, otherwise we skip it. And I think that should be it. We need to update this, of course, but highlighter, let's have highlight material. This one we can remove as well, I think. And then we do so then before we add them, we do not here, but we do it highlight render pre-pass. I'm actually gonna do it here, I think. Like this, so we should be able to change it between, because I want to try and tick it, see if it works, untick it, see if it works. We'll double check. So in our highlighter here, we now have occlude. It's unticked currently. Now we can highlight the terrain again. We highlight the bed and we can see here that it's not occluded, right? So then we tick occlude, and then if we highlight it again, it's now occluded. So that's the two different... yeah, it's a little bit weird, I knew this. So when we highlight the terrain, we get this nice highlight here, but since we're doing occlude, we also get highlights around all of the objects. Looks a little bit weird, but it also makes sense, right? A little bit. Yes, no? Maybe. And also, yeah, which screws up the outlines a tiny bit, but PG King, damn, I have to get ready for work. I really wish I could stay and enjoy. Appreciate it. Thank you for dropping by, and good luck at work. I think it's good time as well, because now we're gonna try and solve the hardest problem, and this might take some time. Because I really hate the fact that we lose some of our outlines here, right? And I don't really look this like this either, actually. Fuck, there's a lot of small details to solve here. But Eugene, thank you for the stream. Good luck. Thank you, appreciate it. Your love looks good. Little Jim Bob looks like he got a business to do with that shovel. Yes, indeed. I really need to think about how we should handle this right here. I definitely want to add back. Your love, don't get lost in the weeds. I like to play this game before I'm dead. Yeah. Yeah, I can always polish later, but I like when it looks nice. At this we should be able to solve, I think. I just need to double check. What do we have in outlines data? Where do we have that? Is it this one? No. Outlines generate. Outline. I wonder if we can do something with this. I need to think here. So we have the outlines here. We can apply them over the selection. We just need to filter so that this one, so that we don't add this one here. Or could we... But we could probably alter... Ooh, maybe, just maybe, we can probably make this... I think we can fix this in such a way so that we remove both these artifacts at the same time. So here we highlight the terrain, we get some outlines outside of this inner terrain here. Ooh, maybe. If we let the highlighter... alter the data in question as well. How would that work? So I'm talking about altering this data. If we like remove the data on the outline. Could that work? We can probably try it. But what do we have here? Render graph viewer. Outlines data render pass. We would have to... Oh. We would have to inject... We would have to inject it in the middle of these two, pretty much, or this one and this one. Okay, before we commit to that, so that would mean if we highlight this pillow, we would remove this data. If we highlight this one, we would remove edges of this pillow. Is that weird? Okay, that's one way to do it. I just want to make sure. I want to try and figure out if there's a better way to do it. And also this weird stuff we have here. Extremely rough. But this one is mostly... okay. We can probably improve that as well. We're gonna have to use the outline data in some way, I think. I'm gonna need to think about that one a little bit, but these white eyes, maybe we can fix that real quick. Um, we have a texture with only alpha. That would be pretty sick. Thunder. Is this one component 8-bit unsigned integer format that has 8 bits in the stencil component? Yeah, we can try this one. 422 video resource format. I have no idea what that one is. This one is probably the best bet. I wonder what happens. Fuck it, let's try it. Cheryl Love, we got Robin's Coast Creature game before GTA 6. Probably not. Okay. Okay, this is pretty crazy stuff. extremely interesting. Okay, we get an error before here. Let's see what that one is. So this one screws with probably the depth attachment here, I reckon. We don't occlude. And that's creepy indeed. We wait with these two. Fixed format S8U in. Fake or uninitialized surface is not supported for attachment 0. Okay. Okay, so how do we want to handle this then? We rendered this one. Really. Yeah, we render a lot of things here. Shadow as well? Really? What? And then I wonder what the hell this is. But yeah, we pretty much just need this texture to be a stencil or a binary yes or no, I reckon. I wonder what this is. Yeah. I wonder what artifact this is. Why do we get this one? Color mask. And this one right here, what the fuck is that? Okay. Hmm. Let's try and do. Let's add this one back, but we do R8 U norm. See if this works. If that works. A1. What would happen if we use this one? What is... I just want to see what kind of texture we get. I wonder if this is a little bit weird. Trying to write color to a depth texture. It's worth a try. Okay. Okay. We need a texture with both depth and color. Okay, so currently we just write the color to this one, this highlight texture. And that doesn't really work with, if we have something that is pure black, it's gonna be rendered as
Papa.
What? One sec.
Kan gå till Sims.
We could go with R8, G8, B8, A8, and then we just check the alpha channel, I reckon. That would fix the eyes, but it's still pretty... it's still pretty unoptimized, I think. But let's see if it works. If it works, we go with it. So we sample it here, highlight mask, we take A is bigger than 0. I think this is a better way to do it. I'm pretty sure this should fix the eyes at least. We'll see. Yeah, now we don't have the eyes anymore, but what's with the performance? Okay, there we go, we're back. Nice, because this time around we get frame debugger enable. Yeah, we get the terrain, but that's okay. Highlight render pre. These shadows still. Are we actually rendering shadows? Oh yeah, we read from. Oh, fuck that. We can probably make this a little bit more optimized, but this is okay for now. And then we get this texture, 8 bits, we just take the alpha channel. Your love, you need a little character overlay in OBS that reacts to your speech. Put it in the bottom corner. Yeah, you mean like one of those virtual VTuber character types? Yeah, maybe. I've been thinking about getting a camera as well. Soon enough, soon enough. Okay. I think we have something great here. We just need to get the last bits of it in place. You will retain more viewers if you don't want to show your face. I'm pretty okay with showing my face. I just need to get a high quality one. It should be okay. But that is definitely a good point. Okay, so we have two different highlights now. Occluded and not occluded. I just want to get the last outline in place and then we can move on. But I won't have more time today. I need to run, but I think this was extremely productive. We might fix the last bits with this tomorrow. Otherwise, we're going to continue with the carry system. Yes. Great, great, great. A lot of improvements to the highlights. And that's nice. Jarlov, good work, man. Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you for sticking with me. Thank you all for watching. I appreciate it. Will do my best to stream tomorrow as well. No, we haven't fixed the cherry yet. That's on the to-do this week as well. Yeah, hopefully I will see you tomorrow. Have a great rest of the day. Peace.